Good morning from Samstown in Las Vegas. Round 3 qualifying for the men here at the 51st QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup. This is the first cut day of the tournament. We're going to go from 86 men down to 24 after today. So a big day here at the World Cup. It will be the most pressure-packed day of the tournament so far. All right, let's run down the standings for you. After today, we will have completed 24 games of qualifying. The top 24 will advance, and leading the way after 16 games is Jarvis Go of Singapore at 36.01. That is an average of 225.06, and Jarvis has a high game this week of 278. Second place belongs to Cameron Doyle of the United States. High game of 289. That came in round 1. Total of 35.41 and an average of 221.31. So Cameron sitting about 60 pins behind Jarvis in the standings. Third place belongs to Alexei Parshikov of Russia, who's on our featured pairs this game. High game, only 256 this week, so he's been pretty consistent and steady. 35.39, a 221.19 average. He has the lowest high game of anyone in the top 10. Fourth place is Ildemaro Ruiz Jr. of Venezuela. His high game this week is 289. His total 35.08, and his average 219.25. And rounding out the top 5 is Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland. High game of 270. 16-game total of 35.03 for an average of 218.94. So it takes almost a 219 average to be in the top 5 after 16 games. As for 24th place, 24th is currently Shakir Al-Hassan of the UAE. 32.69, a 204.31 average. And Shakir's got a lot of bowlers in the standings right behind him who will be looking to make a run at the top 32 or top 24 at the end of this day. Results are available at QubicaAMF.com. Click on the red Bowling World Cup icon at the top of the page. Just underway, game number 1 here at the World Cup, round 3 qualifying for the men. It's cut day here, going to top 24. We're going to advance till tomorrow, where they'll bowl another 8 games, and then we'll cut to the top 8, bowl 7 games of match play, and then cut to the top 3 for the stepladder finals on Thursday. And Alexei Parshikov, who's currently 3rd place, working on the front 4 as he steps up on lane 21. Just kind of looking at some of the bowlers around us, score's pretty good early on here this morning. Seeing quite a few strings of strikes, more than we've seen the first game any of the other first 2 days. Looks like Thailand has the front 7. A couple of pairs to our left. Now you can tell that Alexei didn't like that one, but it's the crossover to strike. The women will be coming up this afternoon at 1:30 local time here in Las Vegas. It's about 5 hours from now, a little more than 5 hours from now. Cameron Doyle's bowling pretty well today. He's on 17 and 18 this game. Can strike out 9th and 10th for 258. He's currently in second place. Thailand front 8. That's on 13 and 14, I believe. If you want to follow that in the live scoring at QubicaAMF.com. Like Kim Bolaby from Thailand has got the front 9 now on 13 and 14. Keep you posted how that goes as we start to wind down our opening game here this morning. Alexei Parshikov of Russia can still strike out for 258. He steps up in the 9th frame right now. He breaks it up, gets the break, and gets the double. And the string of strikes comes to an end for Thailand with a 7 count for a shot in the 10th. So no 300 just yet. Kimboli's going to be at 277 this game with a strike on his last shot. Cameron Doyle, just to our left, had 247. But if Alexei Parshikov tosses a double here in the 10th, he'll move ahead of Cameron and into second place. He gets the first one. Cameron Doyle could shoot 247 and drop a spot because Alexei only 2 pins behind him after 16 games. And Alexei could get to 258. .47 for Barshikov, so he'll still trail Doyle by a couple of pins after game 17. .220 for John Perez, Puerto Rico, good game for him. Threw it pretty well. And we'll head into game 2. So game 2 coming up pretty quickly here. Just a couple more shots to go in game 1 before we hear the whistle. Get started with our second game. All right, there's the whistle, ready to get started. Game number 2, Belgium, Czech Republic, Tunisia, Poland, Bulgaria, and Reunion on our featured pairs here for this second game of round 3. Just waiting on the updated standings to come in. Should have them shortly. As we watch game number 2 get underway here. Belgium, Czech Republic, Tunisia on 19 and 20, 21 and 22. Poland, Bulgaria, and Reunion joining us here for this second game this morning. Saw a question in the chat. This year's World Cup features bowlers from 88 countries competing from all around the world. Just about all the continents are represented here this week. 88 is a pretty strong number of countries. The record 95. That was in Singapore. Someone in the chat asking where Reunion is located. It's a very small island, and it is off the coast of Africa, to the east of Africa, to the east of the island of Madagascar. It's a very small island. I believe it's French. Let's see, look it up on Google here. Population of 844,000 people, so it's not so small. And it is a French island in the Indian Ocean, 109 miles east of Madagascar. Just got the updated standings after game number 17. Jarvis Go of Singapore still in the lead. His lead has shrunk a little bit, though. He's at 225.06 average for 17 games. Cameron Doyle sitting in second at 222.82. So Cameron just 38 pins back. Russia's Alexei Parshikov sitting in third at 222.71. He's just 40 pins off the lead. Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland moves up to fourth. David Maycock of Bermuda cracks the top five now. As we move along here in round three. Results available at QubicaAMF.com. Click on the red button at the top of the page for the Bowling World Cup. Online scoring also available on that page. Recap the format for you if you're just tuning in. Today's round 3 qualifying cut to the top 24, so we'll lose a lot of the players in the field. For the majority of the players, this is their last game of the last round of the tournament. So after 24 games, we cut to the top 24 who come back tomorrow in the morning to bowl 8 games in the round of 24. After 32 total games, we cut to the top 8. We bowl 7 games of match play on Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon, the top 3 advance to the stepladder finals. All the pins carry forward up until the stepladder. So you end up with, 39 games of bowling to determine the stepladder with some bonus pins and the 7 games of match play. So a long format tournament. A lot of games to play to win this event. And only 24 of the 86 men will advance after today. Someone asking in the chat what the format is for the stepladder finals. It is best of 3 traditionally. Not sure for sure, but I believe that is the same. Best of 3 match in the semifinal, and then a best of 3 match final. Someone else asked if Cameron Doyle was going to be on the featured pairs today. I'm trying to find that information out, and I'll let you know. And it looks like he does not hit the featured pairs today. See in the chat, greetings from Sweden. Oh, hello, Sweden. Thanks for joining us today. We're in our second game of round 3 here for the men. Everybody chiming in. Let me know where they're watching from in the chat. Got John's watching in Rochester. Got someone in South Africa. Mark's in Scotland. Just about done with game 2 here this morning. And then we'll have a fresh group of bowlers on our featured pairs for Game 3. Watching in the Czech Republic, so hello to the Czech Republic. Got Denville, New Jersey, Maryland, Egypt, Jersey, England, Wisconsin. Someone in Missouri is watching, Jamie Thompson. Valerio is watching in Italy. Bowling fan in Kettering, Ohio this morning. New Jersey, Bend, Oregon. We will have some guests on a little bit later on in this round. It's early here in Las Vegas. Not too many people up and moving around just yet. Netherlands, Venezuela, Switzerland, San Marino. Someone asking for the oil pattern graph. You can find that at QubicaAMF.com. Click the Bowling World Cup button at the top of the page. Got Arkansas and Qatar. And that brings us to an end Game 2. Malaysia, California, Singapore, Bermuda, and South Korea. Christopher wanting to know if Jarvis is going to be on the featured pairs. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, don't have the lane assignment sheet in front of me anymore. South Africa, Wayne is watching. And it'll be just a couple of minutes before we get started with game number 3. Illinois, South Dakota, Czech Republic, and Bahamas. Ida watching from Dublin, Ireland. Patrick from South Africa. Ingvar Gustafsson from Sweden. And we have 6 more games to go here this morning in round 3. We're going to have Qatar, Belarus, and Iraq on 19 and 20. Looks like Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia for sure on 21 and 22. All right, joining us now in the booth is Mike Seymour, who is one of the coaches from Hong Kong, but you're actually from Australia, right?
That is correct, Lucas, yes.
And tell us about how your guy's doing today with Su Hong. How's he playing? It seems like he's been playing pretty well this week.
Yeah, Su Hong, he's come back from a little bit of a sabbatical. He had a bit of a rest and hasn't bowled many tournaments earlier this year, but he's come back over the last few months and he's really focused on what he's doing. He's bowled really well over the last couple of days. Had one glitch on the first day, which is well, I guess that happens sometimes. But other than that, he's been pretty solid all week. He's been in the top 10 most of the week, and things are looking good for the rest of the day, we hope.
Yeah, he's currently in 5th place. We just got the update after 18 games. Jarvis Go of Singapore is still in the lead at 48. Alexei Parshikov of Russia jumps into 2nd at 4,009. And then Cameron Doyle of the United States rounds out the top 3 at 39.76. Hong Kong's really an up-and-coming program. You and Bill Hoffman are doing some good things out there, haven't you?
Well, it's coming along quite nicely. We've been there. Bill and I have both been there for just over 3 years now, and we have the fortunate situation of having a training centre that the Hong Kong Sports Institute built for us. That training centre's got 12 lanes, 6 AMF lanes, and 6 Brunswick lanes. With both surfaces of Brunswick and AMF, and we have some motion capture equipment so we can actually do some analysis in slow motion and stuff like that. So that's really helped the program along in Hong Kong. And yeah, the guys are getting better.
And you guys have had some pretty good success in recent years, haven't you?
Yeah, we've had some pretty good success. We've won medals at Asian Championships and also the most important one, the Asian Games last year.
That's a big deal, right?
A very big deal in Hong Kong, a very big deal in Asia. It helps with our funding. It helps keep us an elite sport at the Hong Kong Sports Institute. So winning a medal there was a very big deal for us, and it was very exciting when it happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say that winning a medal in something like the Asian Games is pretty significant because a lot of your funding for your program is based on how you perform, right?
On benchmarking and performance and medals, yeah, for sure. And one of the requirements to be an elite sport at the Hong Kong Sports Institute is to have a medal at either Asian Games or Olympic Games. And obviously, not being an Olympic sport at this stage, Asian Games is the one that we have to work on.
So is that what your federation considers the most important, is the Asian Games?
Absolutely.
For your tournament calendar cycle?
Asian Games and then obviously World Championships in that sort of order, because they're our highest point benchmark events.
And I know your men's team has had some success. How about your women's team? You guys going to be in Abu Dhabi coming up next month?
Yeah, we're taking 6 ladies to Abu Dhabi. I mean, our women's program is not as strong as we would like. I mean, it's difficult in Hong Kong to get women and young girls to bowl. Getting people into the program is difficult for us and women. They're focused on studying and all that sort of stuff, and we can understand that. But we are going to take 6 women to Abu Dhabi, and they just 4 of them just had an event in Malaysia, just as a bit of a warm-up event. It was a local regional championship, and so that was their bit of a warm-up event, and so we're heading off to Abu Dhabi on the 4th of December, so should be okay, should be fine. Good experience for them.
So Mike, we're joined by Mike Seymour, who's coaching Hong Kong by way of Australia, and what's your background in bowling? How'd you get started in the bowling business, bowling industry?
Oh my Lord, that was so long ago. I mean, I started bowling back in 1970 as a kid. I was 13 years old, went to my local bowling centre one Saturday afternoon because it was raining, and had a couple of games, and they recruited me to come and bowl at Junior League, and that's where it all started back in 1970. I bowled Junior League back then, and I've been bowling ever since. I don't bowl too much now, I must admit. I haven't thrown a ball in anger for 3 and a bit years since I've been in Hong Kong, but no, I love the sport. It's in my blood, and I continue to do whatever I can to help it along.
And coaching has to be pretty rewarding, right?
It's fun. It really is. I mean, it's really good fun when you see, especially young people come into the program a little bit raw, and it's really good to see them progress and get better and achieve things, and it's a rewarding in that sort of sense. It's really good. Yeah, love it.
You're also one of the vice presidents of World Bowling, right?
That's correct. Yes.
So he's second vice president.
Second vice president.
Correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pekka Korpi from Finland is first vice president. Yeah.
So I guess that means you're like second in line to succeed the president if something happens to Dornberger or something.
If anything happened to Kevin, Pekka would take over until the next election.
And then you would be after him, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's not even written in our statutes. I'm not sure.
I don't think it would ever happen. Let's hope.
I don't think so either.
But World Bowling's been working hard on the Olympic effort. Unfortunately, a little bit of a setback with not getting in Tokyo. But but World Bowling as an organization has been working really hard on that, haven't you?
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of that's I guess the major goal of our organisation at the moment is to keep developing bowling throughout the world, keep developing it as a recognised sport, getting people to understand it as a sport, and getting the IOC to recognise it as a true Olympic sport. Very disappointing that we didn't get on the Tokyo list. We worked very hard at that over a number of months, and we thought we were pretty close, but obviously they had other ideas, but we'll continue to work. I'm sure one day, and hopefully it'll be in my lifetime, that we'll be part of that Olympic program
I think
on a permanent basis.
People don't realize what a tough political process it is to get in the Olympics, and I think that everybody felt very excited and optimistic that bowling was going to get in when we made the short list for Tokyo. And what people don't realize is that even making that short list was a major accomplishment for bowling. And of course, it was a punch to the gut when we didn't get on the final list to get in. But it's still, we're making strides, right?
I think
closer.
We're making big steps. It was pure elation when we got on the short list, when we got down to the 8 sports, and then, as you say, it was a kick in the guts. It was very, very disappointing, very depressing when we didn't make the final list. But as you say, Lucas, it's a big step forward for bowling to even get on that short list of 8, and we're going to continue working as hard as we can to convince the IOC and whoever else is hosting the next Olympic Games that we should be on the program and we should be a full medal sport on a permanent basis.
And I know that you guys will keep working toward that, and hopefully there'll be more opportunities in the future. I think that the Tokyo thing kind of came up pretty fast and was really even ahead of a timeline for World Bowling, right?
Absolutely. We were initially looking at the old process was to get on the short list of recognised sports for the Olympics, and that list was due to be published in 2017. And we were working towards making sure that we were on that list of shortlisted sports to be included in future Olympic Games. And then when the IOC changed their policy, I guess, with regards to host cities being able to nominate sports for their particular city, and that came up, as you say, very, very suddenly. We started the process to get on the Tokyo list back in January, I believe it was, and we worked all the way through till August, preparing documents, making presentations, giving them as much information as we could. They asked a lot of questions, and we gave them as good answers as we can, I suppose.
We're joined by Mike Seymour, who's coaching Hong Kong and second vice president of World Bowling. And the World Bowling has a Congress coming up next month in Abu Dhabi. Any significant stuff on the agenda for next month?
This Congress in 2015 in Abu Dhabi is an election year, and all of us officers, as in Kevin, myself and Pekka, are all up for election. I guess the most significant thing that's happened in the last week is that there was 2 nominations for president. The other nomination, besides Kevin Dornberger, the current president, was Sheikh Talal from Kuwait, who's currently the ABF, Asian Bowling Federation, president. What's happened in the last week is that the 2 of them have been talking and they've come to an agreement, and Kevin is actually going to withdraw his nomination for president, and he's going to work with the Sheikh together to get bowling for the future of bowling. The Sheikh is going to recommend Kevin be appointed the CEO of World Bowling. So Sheikh will be the president and Kevin will be the CEO.
Interesting. So Kevin would still be strongly involved,
absolutely,
but more in an
level.
Executive role than a
rather than
oversight
right.
president role.
Yeah.
And maybe that's important because a lot of the money and influence in bowling seems to be coming from the Middle East these days, Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, that area.
Yeah.
So maybe that's important to help with funding.
Absolutely. Well, you look at a lot of sports, a lot of their heads of federations are coming out of the Middle East these days, and it could be a good pipeline to get some additional funding into the sport. We certainly need to get that funding into the sport to get some development programs going. I think one of the things that we missed out on for the Tokyo Olympics was the youth appeal of our sport. So we have to do something about that, and we need funding to do that. So hopefully, with the Sheikh becoming president and Kevin being the CEO, we can get some more funding into the program, into the sport, and get that youth appeal, if you like, which is what the IOC is looking for.
I suppose it's still possible that somebody else could put their name up for nomination for president between now and then, or is it closed?
It's all closed.
Okay. Can't run from the floor or anything?
Only if there's no nominations.
Okay.
And there were 2 nominations. So, no, it's all done and dusted now.
It's all sealed up, signed, sealed, delivered,
basically, much, yeah. So we have a new president-elect, I guess you could call him.
Yeah.
Sheikh Talal from Kuwait. He's president-elect of World Bowling now. And obviously, there's still a process to elect the 2 vice presidents.
Sure.
So.
Are you going to run again?
Yes, I've renominated, and hopefully I'll get some support on the day. There's 5 nominations for 2 positions, so
okay.
We'll see how that goes. Hopefully, it'll turn out for the best.
Yeah, let's hope so. I know that you have bowling's best interests at heart, so it's always important to have people who are invested in the sport rather than just interested in having a position of perceived power.
Absolutely, and it's my passion, and I just want to see it move forward. I'll do whatever I can to do that.
So let's talk about the World Cup a little bit. Have you been to the World Cup before?
I've been to one World Cup. That was in 2012 in Wrocław in Poland.
Poland, yeah.
We took 2 representatives there that year. It's a very exciting event. I think the first couple of days, it's an interesting qualifying process when you bowl 8 games per day. Interesting in the fact that you have to make the top 24, but with carryover pinfall all the way through the event, getting too far away from the top 8 is a really dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, and really wanting to stay near the top 3 to have a chance to make the finals.
To make the
first goal is to stay as close to the top 8 as possible.
Absolutely, and that's been our goal with our guys this week. We're just trying to keep them as close as we can to the top 8, and hopefully within striking distance of the top 3 after the round of match play. So that's what we've been aiming for, and I just love the World Cup. I think it's a great event. Countries that you never see at World Championships send participants here, and I think it's fantastic for bowling. I mean, I think there's 88 countries here this week.
Yeah.
Just sensational for bowling, I think, and this is the sort of thing that we need to promote the sport. I think it's fantastic.
And the World Cup tends to draw some bowlers from the African continent that we don't normally see. We see South Africa sometimes in World Championships, but that's about it, really.
True.
Other than maybe Northern Africa, like Egypt. But how important is the development of the African zone going to be for bowling?
Oh, hugely important. We're looking at actually following in the footsteps of the IOC, where they have 5 zones across the world.
Okay.
Currently we have 3, which is PABCON, Asia and Europe. We're looking at establishing an African zone in December in Abu Dhabi. There's going to be a meeting to look at forming an African zone. And we're also going to be looking at forming an Oceania zone, which would include, at the moment it's only Australia, New Zealand, Guam and Saipan. But obviously if we can get more countries, as New Caledonia is here. I didn't even know there was bowling in New Caledonia.
They usually come to the World Cup.
And I come from Australia, and I didn't realise it's only just
it's not that far away from you guys, right?
Only around the corner, basically. And so it's interesting to find out these things. And like I say, they're looking at developing a Oceania zone and also an African zone coming up very shortly. Very important for, I guess it's the look and feel for the IOC to make sure that we're all inclusive and we've got all continents covered, and
And of course, the Middle Eastern countries are part of the Asian zone. I assume they would stay in that zone, or would they kind of go into the African zone to try to beef that up a little bit?
No, I think the Asian zone would be covered because you've got East Asia, West Asia, which is the Middle Eastern countries, and there are a number of countries in Africa that could also already form a federation. You've got Ethiopia here, you've got Libya here, you've got Egypt here, you've already got South Africa. We've had Nigeria in before as a federation. So there's already probably 6 to 8 countries in the African continent that could form a federation. A zone, if you like.
I'm guessing that bowling infrastructure is not very strong in the African continent, which kind of might hurt a little bit but it's not, bowling is a sport that anybody can do, but it's not a sport that you can just walk out and like play basketball or play soccer. You need the infrastructure.
You need the infrastructure, absolutely.
And you need the tools to be able to make it work.
You need the bowling centres there, absolutely. You need the commercial facilities, and I'm not sure about how the infrastructure is in Africa, but I mean there's plans to make it so that the African countries that do form a zone would still be able to participate in the European Championships, for example, until such time as there was a viable competition for them within the zone. And that's the same plan with Oceania as well, because there's only 4 countries in Oceania.
Right.
They would continue to be part of the Asian zone and Asian Championships in that regard, because obviously you can't run a zone championships with only 4 countries.
Yeah, so that's, good for being able to have maybe some regional competition or something, and then also be able to have a more robust Asian championships.
You could probably look at it like the Australian championships that are run every October. New Zealand participates in those right now. And you could actually have a look at it and say that could be a regional championship once a year where all of those 4 countries participate in that particular event. Things like that could happen. I'm not saying that will happen, but things like that could happen.
And we have similar things like that here in the American zone in PABCON, where we've got Central and South American championships and Central and Caribbean championships, and there's lots of different championships.
As long as there's events for people to be able to participate in, to get the competition, all of that sort of stuff. It's just got to be viable. That's all.
Well, we're in game number 3 here this morning, and going to be making our first cut of the tournament to the top 24. Lanes have looked, pretty playable, but not too easy this week. Not as easy as we've seen in past World Cups.
That's true. I think the lane pattern this week has been an interesting one for the players. I thought it would play a little bit differently before I arrived here, but after being here, it's played a little bit tough for some. The left-handers haven't been dominant this week, which is interesting. In a lot of tournaments, you see a few lefties being dominant, but no, it's an interesting pattern that's certainly playable. You just got to be playing in the right area, have the right equipment in your hand, I suppose. And
your guy's bowling pretty well this game, isn't he?
I'm pleased to see that, yes.
Maybe you being in the booth is helping him out.
Well, me not talking to him, how's that? Yeah.
Leaving him alone and he's doing well. Or he's trying to He's trying to show off for the live stream pair.
Well,
right?
that's maybe what it is too. Yeah, he's looking very focused there on that particular pair of lanes too. He started off pretty good this morning. He's had 2:16 and 2:35 to start with, so he's had a pretty solid start.
Yeah, he can go 250 this game, 255 if he strikes out.
That would be a very good boost for him. We were looking at third position not long ago, and we were about 90 out of there. And after last game, I think he made some inroads into that 90. But as long as we're in that top 8 and we're within striking distance of the top 3, we'll be very happy at the end of the day.
So where's Bill Hoffman this week? Has he decided to stay home and prepare for the women's championships? Is that what
basically that's exactly what he was doing. He was in Malaysia with the ladies that he took there for that pre-women's championship event. He's just arrived back in Hong Kong yesterday, so he's back home now and getting the ladies ready to rock and roll with the women's championships coming up. We've got a couple of events that we're going to before the women's championships start. There's an event in Qatar at the end of November,
right?
And then also a World Bowling Tour event in Saudi Arabia the couple of days before the championships start. So Bill will be heading to Doha in Qatar, and then I'll pick up the guys that he takes there over, and I'll take them over to Saudi while he heads over to the World Championships. So it's a pretty hectic schedule that we've got coming up. But
sounds like you guys are busy.
Yeah, it keeps us on our toes.
We've had a lot of championships in Hong Kong. I love going there. What a great place to visit, and a great place to have a tournament, because it's it's very congested and there's so many people. That means everything's pretty close together, so you're able to get around pretty easy and do things. And, but is bowling a popular sport in Hong Kong, or is it still kind of developing, or what's the status?
From
of
what
bowling?
I've seen in Hong Kong, bowling is reasonably popular. I think there's 7 bowling centres in Hong Kong. We did have a really great centre for championships that just closed down a couple of years ago. 48 lane centre that was really good. A really good venue for hosting championships. It's closed down, unfortunately, but we still have another 60 lane venue that we have that's right in the middle of Hong Kong Island. And as you say, it's a congested place. There's plenty of things to do. Some might see it as reasonably expensive, but it's a great place to live. It's just I come from a city in Australia. I come from Canberra, and it's got 400,000 people in it. And you go to Hong Kong, and it's about the same size area-wise, but there's 7.5 million people. So
wow,
it really was an eye-opener and a shock to the system.
Yeah, the cost of living is pretty high in Hong Kong, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's expensive. It's a popular place for mainlanders to purchase property and to go and visit. They like to do lots of shopping, the mainland Chinese, and they come to Hong Kong all the time. And they were buying up property there, I believe, before I arrived, but the Hong Kong government's now changed some policies there about tax relief and that sort of stuff for mainlanders, and that's sort of slowed down because it was making the affordability of housing for locals just putting it out of reach for them. So they had to do something about that. But it's a reasonably expensive city. But you can either do it really expensive, you can do middle of the road, or you can do it as the locals do, and you can probably live there pretty cheaply if you follow how the locals do it. There's plenty of good places to eat, like where locals go, that cost next to nothing for a meal. I think there's a lot of locals in Hong Kong who don't actually cook at home.
Sure, yeah.
They don't really have big kitchens.
Just eat out.
They just eat out and
get takeout, whatever.
Because it's reasonably priced, and it's reasonable food, and there's no cleaning up afterwards.
We have a TV show here in the United States called House Hunters International, where they follow people as they try to find their home in different countries, and every once in a while they do one in Hong Kong. And you're right, exactly right. The kitchens are very small in a lot of the places.
Yeah.
The apartments tend to be very small.
Yeah,
because space is at a premium.
I've got a 2-bedroom apartment that I have been living in for 3.5 years now, and it's 640 square feet, but the usable footage is about 520.
That's pretty tiny, pretty tight for a 2-bedroom.
It's a small place. Yeah. And there's my boy from Hong Kong.
Another strike. Yeah.
He's got another strike. He's got a ball 250 this game. He's looking really good this morning. Really focused. That's good stuff.
And you guys have Del Ballard to help you guys out as well. That's got to be a pretty nice advantage,
the
right?
The infamous Del Ballard. Yes, we've got him on our staff this week. He comes out to Hong Kong every now and then and gives us a hand with our guys, and very, very knowledgeable man, and we're very, very lucky to have him on our staff this week. He's helped us along immensely.
He's a great competition coach, for
Absolutely,
sure. One of the best, I think, at reading ball reaction, getting players matched up. He's really, really good at that, and you guys are lucky to have him.
Absolutely, and doing a great job this week. Making my life so much easier, I can tell you.
Well, it's always easier to coach when the player is striking a lot, like he is right now.
Absolutely. Gives me a chance to sit in the box with you and have a chat. Yeah.
And here's the fill ball here. Let's see what he does. Imagine he's going to make a ball change just to see what's out there.
Yeah, he's having a look at the new ball we punched out for him last night. Yeah, that looks pretty good too. So
I think he could throw his spare ball and strike right now.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good today. He's looking pretty focused. He knows what he wants to do. That's for sure.
All right, Mike. Well, thanks for sitting in with us this game.
My pleasure, Lucas.
Sure, you need to follow your guy around.
Yeah, I better pick up my stuff and write his score on the card for him and get things moving along for the next game. Well, thanks, Lucas.
Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it. And we'll see you in Abu Dhabi.
I'll be there. Thanks, Lucas.
Right,
cheers,
thanks,
mate.
Mike Seymour from Hong Kong, and also by way of Australia, second vice president of World Bowling. Appreciate him sitting in with us for a little bit during that game to give us some valuable information there on what's going on with the Olympic effort and with World Bowling as game number 3 wraps up. And we'll be heading into game 4 momentarily here live on Bowl TV from the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup.
Almost went down.
All right, underway, game number 4, Sweden, Costa Rica. And we've got Ethiopia on 19 and 20. 21 and 22, Ecuador, Lithuania, and Curacao. All right, updated standings, and we have a new leader for the first time in quite a while. Alexei Parshukov of Russia is your leader now at 42.06 after 19 games. He leads Jairus Go of Singapore by 8 pins, who is at 41.98. Cameron Doyle just 5 pins behind second in third place at 41.93. So U.S. player sitting 13 pins off the lead now as things are very tight at the top. Wu Su-hong of Hong Kong at 41.88, so he's just 18 pins off the lead. And then Francois Lau of South Africa is at 41.62, and he's just 44 pins off the lead. So the top 5 are all within 44 pins of each other after 19 games. David Maycock of Bermuda is 6th. Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland is 7th. B-Boy Rivera of the Philippines is 8th. And Bjorn Rodshagen of Norway and Ildemar Ruiz Jr. of Venezuela are tied for 9th. And let's go down and look at our cut position, which not quite updated yet. Let's see here. Something seems to be wrong with my scores. Yep, seems to be updated now. And cut position, 24th place is Daniel Vesis of Latvia. 204.53 average is the cut line right now. Just below him is Sam Rose of England, who is 21 pins outside of the cut currently with 5 games to go. Games 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 still left to be completed here in round 3. We are live at Sam's Town in Las Vegas, QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup. Sweden, Costa Rica, and Ethiopia on 19 and 20. Lithuania, Ecuador, and Curacao on 21 and 22. So you're talking about Al Lorenz in the chat. We had him on live stream a couple of days ago. He's a great guy. Really enjoyed having a conversation with him about his journey that took him to Curacao. Al with 3 strikes in a row. He's having a little bit of trouble with his knee when he came over here to start this this game. Al is used to live in Chicago, but moved down to Curacao about 15 years ago, and he's a permanent resident down there, owns a business. Says he loves the island. It's a wonderful place to live. And they've got a little 6-lane bowling center in Curacao. Of course, Gilbert Schneider's from Curacao was a tournament director for PABCON tournaments and world tournaments for a number of years. Curacao, a small island just to the north of Venezuela, home to about 150,000 people. Its neighbor is Aruba. Last time we had Al on the featured pairs, he made a run at his high game of the tournament. He had 190 something. He since has had a 220 game, so let's hope that that Al can top 220 this game. Actually, he had 220 last game, just looking at the results. He's having a pretty good day today, 204, 192, 220. So over 600 for his first 3 today is Al Lorenz. So things going well here in round 3 for Al. Good to see. Another great shot for Al, 4 in a row. Guernsey Gal Steph in the chat asking, where is Curacao? It's just north of Venezuela. It's considered, I guess, a Caribbean island. It's not quite in South America, but it's about as close as you can get. It's really not far from Venezuela at all. There are boats that come in from Venezuela each day into Curacao and sell vegetables and goods to the folks in Curacao and the tourists as well. It's a very comfortable island, very nice place to visit if you ever want a nice vacation. Curacao is a great place to go. Very heavy Dutch influence in Curacao. It's, if you've ever been to the Netherlands and then you go to Curacao, you can definitely see the Dutch influence there. There's somebody yelling around the bowling center. Not sure who it is, but Al gets a little tap on the 10 for the strike and slaps it out. Starting to get a little bit more intense here today as we are headed towards the first cut this morning. We're going to cut from the 86 men in the field down to 24 here today. And pretty tightly bunched around that 24th place position with just game 4 here to go and then 4 more. So getting closer and closer to making that first cut to the top 24. All right, we've got another guest sitting in, and she's a past champion in this event, Carrie Ryan-Kayak from Canada. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. You won this event back in 2003, and have you been back since then to the World Cup? Have you bowled since?
Yeah, I bowled the following year in Singapore.
Oh, that's right. You finished runner-up that year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's got to feel nice to be back, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, it's good to be back out here with everybody.
It's a fun tournament, isn't it?
It's a fun tournament, but there's it's serious business what you get out there, that's for sure.
And how have you found the conditions this week out there?
They've been okay. You know, they're I think it's a little bit lower scoring pace than what it's been in the past, but
right.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, right now you are sitting in 13th place with 8 games to go, so not bad position, right?
Yeah, not bad.
204 average or so. 204.19 average, 32.67 for 16 games. Sometimes this tournament can be a little bit higher scoring. This year it's a little bit more moderate, it seems like. Have you found them to be difficult? Have they changed much day to day?
They started off a little bit different yesterday, but it's just more than anything, I think it's just the topography of the house. The pair to pair are so different, and then you know, the high end's playing different than the low end, so it's just from pair to pair, it's hard to, you know, get anything huge going back-to-back games.
And how do you qualify to bowl in the World Cup in Canada?
Oh, okay. We have a qualifier out of our local bowling center, and then if you win that, then you go to our provincial round, and then you have to be first out of our provincial round in order to go to the national round. And then you have to win our national round, which is 2 days of qualifying and stepladder.
It sounds like a very long process to get here, isn't
It's
it?
a drawn-out process, but it actually happens within probably 8 weeks. So, yeah.
So I guess it makes it difficult to make it back here every year, right?
The only good thing is, what our association does, Bowl Canada, if you win the national round, you're invited back next year to the national round. So
okay. Oh, that's good.
that's a bonus, yeah.
Yeah, that'll avoid some of the early rounds of qualifying.
You know, sometimes it's hard even to get out of your house.
Sure,
so,
sure.
you know, you eliminate those 2 extra steps, then, you know, yeah, it's cool.
Oh, picture time with Dom.
Yay.
I'm sure that'll be on the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup Facebook page soon.
I'm sure.
So you've had you've bowled this event a few times. You've had some pretty good success, a win and a runner-up finish. What do you think is important to be successful in this tournament?
Well, I think more than it's simple. It's, you know, you if you don't strike the first ball, you try and leave something you can spare the second ball and make sure that you spare it. But don't get caught up in the scoring pace. You know, it's a long, drawn-out format, and there's lots of games. So, you know, someone who's above you shoots 250, don't start to panic. You can do that in the other, 32 games you have coming up. So, you kind of have to stay within yourself and kind of do your own thing and not worry about what's going on around you.
Carrie, how long have you bowled for the Canadian national team?
I was on the team on and off for about 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
And are you on the national team this year or no?
No, I haven't been on the team for about 5 years. I just kind of did my bit, and it takes a lot of time. It's a lot of time in the bowling center by yourself when other people in your world are out having fun, and I just kind of had enough of such a large commitment. So yeah, but I enjoyed my time. I was on Team Canada, made some great friends, and got to travel to some pretty cool places, and I have lots of friends all over the world because of it. So yeah, pretty lucky. So
it's got to be nice if you've kind of been away for a few years to be out here and have the Canadian name on the back of your jersey, right?
Yeah,
Feels good.
It's funny. You're kind of been out here a little bit too long when you know more of the coaches and managers and what you do the players. So, but yeah, no, I still, I've known Ami since junior, when she was a junior. So that's kind of cool. She's kind of like one of my closest friends out here. So it's good to see her and hang out and, have an adult beverage from time to time.
How did you get started in bowling?
Just my parents, they used to bowl on a Friday night league, and I would go and hang out with them and kind of join the junior program, and guess kind of realized that how competitive I was and didn't like, bowling bad and losing so much. So I just kind of went from there.
Yeah, I was going to say, at what point did you realize that you were going to be pretty good at this and be pretty competitive? And
it probably wasn't until I was in my teens, but it was just something that I really liked to do more than anything. And then, once I started getting into the tournaments, and for us, it was like 4 Steps to Stardom and the Coca-Cola back in the day when they had it. So, yeah, you realize that, you can, it was a lot of fun to bowl well. So I enjoyed it.
Let's see, Shannon Pulowski currently leading the tournament. I don't think that's a big surprise, right? She's a great bowler and two-time champion of this event.
Yeah.
You guys met up a couple of times in the finals.
Yep.
Back in 2003 and 2004, right?
Correct. Yep.
And what were those matches like? Do you remember them? Was there anything exciting about them?
I do remember them. Well, when I bowled her in Honduras, I think it was all of my matches, even leading up to the final match with Shannon, I think were all decided within like 3 or 4 pins of each other. And I don't think it was much different when I bowled Shannon. It's just, every single game was a tight, close match. And then I know in Singapore, she kind of kicked my butt, because it's best 2 out of 3. So she kind of kicked my butt the 2 games there. But yeah, I think more than anything, I think in Singapore I was a little emotionally drained because I had to kind of run the ladder even to get the top 8, and then, I beat, I beat a couple tight matches in order to get to Shannon. So I think I was a little spent by the time I got to Shannon, but she's a great champion. It's okay losing to someone like Shannon.
So what do you do for a living?
I work for a family business. We have our own air filter business, so we for HVAC and like hospitals, pharmaceuticals, stuff like that. So it's pretty busy.
Keep the air clean, huh?
Yes. Yeah. So it's hard to work 60 hours a week and still find time to practice.
Sure.
Kind of why I backed off of Team Canada, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It pays the bills. Unfortunately, bowling doesn't really pay the bills.
No. So. Yeah, it's hard to make a living bowling, and certainly taking care of the family business is probably pretty important for you.
Yeah, and my parents have done it for a long time, and it's kind of time that I kind of, run most of it and take the pressure off my parents. So.
Do you still bowl competitively pretty regularly, or just kind of a league bowler nowadays?
I bowl leagues, and then we have a couple of local monthly tournaments that we bowl in. It's mostly against the men. We don't really have anything for women up in Canada. There's just not enough.
Right.
Good enough bowlers that want to compete, so whatever I bowl in is mostly against the men. But yeah, it's okay.
Just finishing up game number 4. So the first 2 days are in the books for qualifying. Looks like you had a really good day yesterday.
Yeah.
What have you learned over the last 2 days that you're going to implement today?
Well, the first day I missed a few too many makeables for me, so that was my game plan yesterday. And then we made better ball choices to start with yesterday. We made the ball choices ball moves a little bit earlier. So today is just I think we've got a good game plan. Hopefully, just go out there and make good shots and make whatever's left standing up.
And I guess you're probably not doing too much scoreboard watching at this point, huh? It's a little too early for that.
No, I know where I have to be, and I know that there's lots of games left, so I just got to get myself in a position, and if I bowl good, then it'll take care of itself.
Where do you live in Canada?
I live just outside of Toronto, just west of Toronto.
Okay. How's the bowling industry there? Is it pretty good? We've got a lot of bowlers in Toronto area, or do we need some more?
We always need more.
Yeah.
We need more younger competitive bowlers. We have a couple of good small junior programs, but it's always good to have more of the juniors. But yeah, I just think it's bowling as a whole. I think in North America isn't as good as what it used to be, unfortunately. So, but yeah, we could always definitely do with some more bowlers for sure.
Yeah, and I think that it kind of comes down to the fact, you started in bowling because your parents bowled.
Right.
And so now less people are bowling, so that means less of their kids will be bowling.
It's true,
so
absolutely.
We've got to try to find a way to kind of buck the trend and get people
hard.
bowling. And
I think the biggest thing, my opinion is, I think it's just too much of a long commitment. I think people committing to 30 or 32 weeks.
Yeah.
Especially when, you're competing with other programs that are maybe 6, 8, or 10 weeks, so I don't know.
Yeah, and for those of you around the world who are watching, that's kind of what we do in North America here is we have leagues that last for, 32 to 36 weeks, and you commit, and every week you're committed to pay and bowl, and nowadays people have short attention spans, it seems like, and they don't want to, or they're busy, and they don't want to commit to that long.
Yep.
So it makes it kind of difficult. So, Carrie, thanks for sitting in for a little while,
no
and
Thanks
best
for
of
having
luck this afternoon, and hopefully we'll see you in the round of 24 and the round of 8 and the semifinals and on and on and on the rest of the week.
That'd be great. It sounds like a good plan.
All right. Thanks, Carrie Ryan-Kayak
Thanks,
of Canada.
Lucas.
As we wrap up game number 4 here this morning, our buddy Al Lawrence of Curacao has a chance for a 244 game. Would be his high game of the tournament if he can get there. He's got a good chance to get his high game. 220 is his high game of the tournament so far. It came last game. He's having a great day today. Here in round 3, final round of the tournament, most likely for Al. His first couple of days didn't go as well as he would have hoped. Well, he's going to have to make the spare, though, to get his high game. Lithuania 225, Ecuador 277. Some good scores on that pair here in game number 4. Tough game for Sweden. Marcus Jensen, 149. Not going to help his cause. Costa Rica, 188, and Ethiopia, 191. Al's going to need 7 pins on his fill ball here to have his best game of the tournament so far. And I say so far because I think he's going to have some big games to go. And he gets 8, so 222. And a new high game for the tournament for Al.
As Rodney Dangerfield would say, this is a tough crowd. 220, I'm low on the sheet.
You can hear Al. He says 220 is low on the fair. It's a great game, though, for Al. As he's bowling well today. Well into plus territory for the first 4 games. And moving right up the standings each game. Just a couple of minutes and we'll get started with game number 5 as we reached the halfway point of the block. And we'll have a new group of bowlers coming in here momentarily for Game 5, so stand by for that.
Can I play here all the time? Can I play here? When I'm playing on cameras, it's best games to me.
You played well here.
The last game is at 1:38, and now 2:25. Last two, yesterday is 2:54 maybe.
Yeah, you can here.
Or can you go?
Can I move on?
Yeah.
Well, you've likely heard the whistle blow. That means we're ready to get started. Game number 5. We've got UAE, which is United Arab Emirates, Estonia, and Indonesia on 21 and 22. 19 and 20, Mexico, Bahamas, and India. See Shakir Al Hassan from UAE, who, if you watched our live coverage of the World Men's Championships last year, you saw Shakir perform very well in the singles event. Ended up losing in the championship match, but made a great run to get there. And of course, all of our coverage from the World Men's Championships is available on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/BowlTV. Make sure you subscribe to our channel to get all the latest updates. Updated standings, and Jairus Go of Singapore back in the top spot at 44-43, but just 3 pins ahead of Cameron Doyle of the United States, who's at 44-40. Alexei Parshikov of Russia is at 44-30, so just 13 pins back. And Wu Su-hong of Hong Kong at 44-06, just 37 pins off the lead. South Africa is in 5th. Francois is at 43-88. David Maycock is 6th from Bermuda. 7th place is B-Boy Rivera of the Philippines. 8th is Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland. 9th place, Ildemaro Ruiz Jr. of Venezuela. And 10th place is Tomoyuki Sasaki of Japan. And now looking down at 24th place after 20 games, it's still Daniel Vesis of Latvia at 40.77. That's a 203.85 average, but just behind him is Benjamin Martinez of Mexico, who is just 1 pin back of the cut number, and Dmitry Chilkine of Belarus is just 5 pins behind the cut, and Shakir Al-Hassan, who's on our featured pairs this game, is just 36 pins outside of the cut currently. So Shakir has some work to do here in these last 4 games to make the cut. As his coach, Mika Koivu-Niemi, is standing back here watching him bowl. Mika, of course, a star on the Professional Bowlers Association Tour for a good number of years and bowled for the Finnish national team, and now he is coaching at UAE. You can see the excitement from Benjamin Martinez as he gets the front 3. He's got a lot of emotion flowing right now with still 4 games to go. Probably a good idea to contain a little bit of that, save it up for later. But this is the part of the tournament where you start getting a little bit more intense, especially with the players who are trying to make the cut. And right now Martinez is just outside the number, so we've got a couple of bowlers on our featured pairs here who are trying to make the cut in these last few games this morning. Shaping up to be a pretty intense finish for our first cut, going from 86 men down to 24. Looks like they're having some problems with lane 22 here. A couple of racks in a row got messed up. Calling it in to get it fixed. Martinez going to come into your picture on the left side of your screen. The Mexican trying to make a run at the cut. Leaves the 10 pin on that shot. A little bit better shot than last frame, but same result. Shocker with a strike for a double. It's a big double for him. Got to find a way to put up some good scores here down the stretch to make the cut. High shot for Martinez as he leaves the 4 pin. Not bowling a bad game, but probably hoping to get a little bit more carry here in the last 4 frames. That one carries for Ben Martinez. Well, we got a little more than 3 games to go here before the first cut is made this morning. Shocker coming up a little bit light, leaves the bucket on the 3-bagger. Once again, the 2 players were really paying close attention to this game on our featured pairs. Our Shocker Al-Hassan of the UAE, who's in 27th place, and Benjamin Martinez of Mexico, who's in 25th place, as they are trying to bowl their way inside the top 24 with just a handful of games left in this 3rd round. So really every shot critical for those 2 players the rest of the way, as Shocker misses the spare for an open frame in the 8th, sitting at 150 now in the 8th frame and a max of just 210 out there as he comes back to talk to his coach Mika Koivu-Niemi. Also, looking at Estonia, Olari Nebukot sitting in 38th place. He's on our featured pairs. He's a little more than 100 back of 24th, so he has a lot of work to do to get into that top 24. I mean, not impossible, but he'd have to bowl some really huge games the rest of the way to get there. Tough 7-pin there for Braithwaite of the Bahamas. The Estonian with another strike. Martinez on the left side of your screen comes up light, leaves the 2-5. He's still got 225 out there, which would be a pretty good score. Better than his average for the tournament, so anytime at this point you're beating that 203 score, you're going to probably make up a little ground near that cut number. Big 10th frame here for Shakir Al Hassan, right side of your screen. The lefty from the UAE. Gets the strike for the double. A couple of more, he'll get to 210. Double in the 10th there for Olari. Gets to 210. He'll be 216 with a strike on his last ball. Perhaps helping his cause a little bit. Trying to move up as much as possible in the standings. Trying to get to 24th. Big shot here for Shakir. Right side of your screen. Gets another one. 3 in a row. And that bucket and open really just crushed him. If he could have struck on that shot in the 8th, you're looking at a 246 game instead of a 210. $212 for Mexico, $210 for UAE, $216 for Estonia. Starting to wrap up Game 5 across the house. In a few minutes before we get going with game number 6 here on our live stream pairs. It's Ryan Lalisang of Indonesia. It's 9 on his fill ball for 199. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes here live on Bowl TV from Samstown in Las Vegas at the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup. All right, here we go. Game number 6. Israel, Switzerland, and China on 19 and 20. 21 and 22. Singapore, Ukraine, and Slovenia. Jericho of Singapore has been near the top of the standings pretty much the entire tournament. And we'll have an update after 21 games momentarily. Looks like we have the update now, and Team USA's Cameron Doyle has moved into the lead after 21 games. 46-71, 222.43 average for Cameron. And he leads Jaris Groh of Singapore by just 3 pins. Go sitting at 46-68. Francois Lau of South Africa sitting at 46-42, so he's 29 pins off the lead. Wu Su Hong of Hong Kong is at 46-40 in 4th place. And Alexei Parshukov, who just 2 games ago was the leader, is now down to 5th place at 45.96. That's a 218.86 average. Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland is in 6th at a 217.14 average. David Maycock of Bermuda, 7th place, 217 average. B-Boy Rivera of the Philippines, sitting in 8th at 215.29. 9th place is Bjorn Rudthagen of Norway at 214.81. And rounding out the top 10, Ildemaro Ruiz Jr. of Venezuela at 213.81. Now, looking down at 24th place. Changed a little bit, as it does every game. Right now, 24th is Hafthor Hardison of Iceland at 203.71 average. It's 42.78 for 21 games. We watched Benjamin Martinez. He shot, I think, 212 last game, and actually moved from 25th up to 22nd. So he moves up within the cut number with that 212 game. 25th is Jean-Marc Samain of Belgium at 203.14. Still pretty tightly bunched around 24th place with just 3 games left to add to the standings before our first cut. Games 6, 7, and 8 to go. All right, and our good friend Judy Howlett is back with another special guest. Judy, who do we have this morning?
Morning, Lucas. This morning I have got Janette Baker from Australia. The first.
Nope, hang on one second. Let me turn up the volume. Here we go.
Sorry, I've come in with a cough now. With me this morning, Lucas, is Janette Baker from Australia, the first bowler ever to win back-to-back tournaments, and I'm proud to say I was there when she won her second title in Mexico City. Can you remember that far back? You and I go back a long time.
Certainly do. No, I do remember it, and particularly being here just rekindles all the memories of, it was 20 years, the time span that I participated in this event, and just by being here just reminds me of all the feelings and what it's like to be out there and go through the motions and experience the frustration just as much as the joy.
Yeah, so you won in Mexico City. The year before was in Scheveningen?
That's right, in Holland, yes.
Yes, and then when did you play the next time?
It was not for another 13 years.
Oh, crikey, where was that?
1995, I participated in Sao Paulo,
Right.
Brazil. Correct, and that was quite an experience. I was fortunate to finish, I think, third there.
Yes.
So it was...
Yes, you made the step ladder final and won the first match and lost the second.
That's correct. I even remember, it's great, because now bowling in the World Seniors events, seeing the participants that used to bowl against and go, I remember you.
I get exactly the same thing. And a lot of the people that we know from those days, some of them still play in the seniors events, and some are coaches and some are officials, but you still see the same old people turning up time after time.
But can I tell you, isn't that the most beautiful part about bowling?
Yeah.
Is that it is an ageless sport. Even coming here, talking to some of the people such as yourself, Judy, say, oh, well, you know many of the bowlers. And I suggested I may not know too many of the bowlers, but I'm sure I'll know quite a few of the coaches.
Yes.
Because they came through the same era.
Eric Gardner from Norway. He
Correct.
was in Norway,
he was in Mexico City, that's
yes.
correct. And he also came to Australia once or twice after that.
Yes.
And participated in our World Cup qualifier. And also, I've seen him in the last two Seniors World Championships, not necessarily as a bowler, but it's great to see them out there and they're still competitive, even though we're mature age bowlers.
Yes. And you'll remember Ben Amora from France.
Correct, from way back to my very first World Cup, yes.
Yes, he's here at his 41st World Cup. He's been to 41 now. That's absolutely incredible.
That's fantastic. That's dedication to the game.
But you're absolutely right about it being ageless. I mean, there are little kids who play from 3 and 4 years old, and then people in their 80s and even in their 90s still bowl. I think it's fantastic.
It's absolutely awesome, and because there's so much available competitively in the mature age bowlers, look, to be honest, because the game has changed so much, I'll be honest, from my era to the era now, with the advent of synthetic surfaces, reactive bowling balls, it is a different game, and it's great to see in the seniors that we still have the facility where the skills are still the same, but we've caught up a little bit with the equipment to help us a wee bit, and the bowlers are still competitive and the atmosphere is still so good. Like when we were here in Las Vegas 2 months ago, that it was still absolutely tough as nails. Yeah. But there was, it was a great atmosphere to be amongst.
Yes, absolutely. And it's in age groups as well, isn't it? So it's like 50 to 60 or?
Not in World Seniors, no. It's strictly 50 and above.
Yes.
So irregardless, everybody's on a level playing field. I'm not too sure in other zones in the world, but in Asian zone, for example, we have the seniors and what we call the grand seniors. Grand seniors are those 60 and above, and they just voted last year that they will increase that from 60 to 65.
Right.
So, it's an aging population and they're catering for it to keep people in there. There's so many thousands of bowlers in the mature age group that have been around the game for so long, and it's phenomenal that there is the opening that they can be competitive without necessarily having to try and compete against the younger ones that are a lot fitter and a lot stronger.
Yeah, seniors competitions get hundreds of entrants. It's fantastic.
Correct. We're very blessed in Australia that we have a senior circuit, and it's very rare for us not to get 100 entries every tournament, and waiting lists, of people wanting to participate.
And add to that, in Australia, wherever you go, the distances are so vast for people to travel.
Correct. And it's and then of course you're carrying bowling. You've got to take bowling balls on flights and things like that, because it's not necessarily easy to drive to everywhere.
Absolutely not.
Because we're looking at a minimum 8-hour drive to get to the nearest capital city. So it becomes expensive. Sure, you don't. If you're lucky, you sort of may break even at an event. But again, it's the difference in the genre. In that the genre is, it's all about participating. It's all about the camaraderie, the friendships that you have. As opposed to, you get a high percentage that are very competitive. I still am, but there is a high percentage that just enjoy the environment
and enjoy the camaraderie.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, going back to your career, you are a member of the Australian Bowling Hall of Fame.
Correct.
And you were telling me earlier, what's your proudest achievement?
Well, I was absolutely stoked when Bowler's Journal produced the article naming the teams of the century, of the millennium, shall we say, when we had the transition in 2000. And there's 2 girls in Australia who are phenomenal bowlers that have both won. Cara Honeychurch won this tournament back in Ireland. And then we had Carol Gianotti, who is still looking at competing on the Pro Tour. They were both named, and I was blessed to also be named with them. So 3 out of the 5 bowlers in the women's team of the Millennium were Australian. So
that's
how good's that, eh?
But Australia is a very sporty nation.
Oh yes, we love our sport.
Yeah. And you have the weather.
Yeah. Well, for some things, not so good if you like to ski, but we do have snow, but nowhere near in comparison to what is evident in other countries in the world. And consequently, our Winter Olympians have to spend a lot of time here in the US to prepare. But no, we're a very, very strong sporting nation and love our sport and love to spectate, cheer, and get involved wherever possible. Very, very passionate about sport.
And still very strong in bowling. Mike's doing pretty well.
Mike's doing fantastic. To the best of my knowledge, it's the first time he's appeared here at the World Cup.
Yes, it is.
We've had previous winners. A lot of people will know Jason Belmonte, who won this tournament and is just doing so super on the pro circuit. And we're very, very proud of him back home, and especially with his unique technique. But he's also, since he came to the US, that developed, and he's looking even better than he ever did back home.
Really, and he's just a really nice guy as well, isn't he?
Absolutely, and he's fantastic when he comes home and he participates in tournaments. He's really good. He shares the time with the people, with photographs, with autographs, with sharing information. He's just such a great ambassador for the sport.
Yeah, I remember in St. Petersburg, he was playing in the final, and all the Russians were cheering for him. They couldn't quite pronounce the name, but they were cheering for him. It was absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. But so many times we've had men that have been participating in the tournament and have got up there, even going back as far as like Steve Mackey's appearance back in Paris. We had Richard Hall, who participated the very first 3 years of the event. Chris Batson in 1981 was our highest place for a while at 4th place, and then finally to get a male when we'd been so successful with so many females winning this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I was amazed when Jason said he was the first man to win it.
Correct.
I just couldn't believe that. But
first Australian,
true.
yes.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show how tough the tournament is. It's not a simple one. It's a very strategic event to come away and participate in, because you've got different times of day that you participate, and therefore the lane conditions can vary slightly from one block to the next. And then you've also got so many cuts along the way where you stop and start. So, you can have a good block, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be there the next day.
Absolutely. And we're coming to the end of these. Is this the 6th game now?
Yeah.
So it's getting to the nitty-gritty bit where we're going to be looking at who's going to make the cut to the top 24.
Correct. And, with the condition that seems to be a little bit tough out there, bowlers seem to be going from chocolates to boiled lollies very quickly, They're shooting really big games, and then they change lanes after that one game, and wow,
Yes.
it's a different ball game. So it really takes a great mental discipline to say, okay, this pair I'm not going to score high on, I've just got to stay clean, I've just got to stay in amongst it. So
yeah, and we haven't had anything near a 300 yet.
No.
We haven't had anybody get the first.
There's been some 280s and 270s, but that 300 is very, very elusive. And
It is.
I was talking to somebody previously to coming here, and they were saying that, to their recollection, that just to show how tough this condition is, that this is one of the lowest scoring overall that there's been in quite some time.
Yes.
So it's a really
it's a really good test, actually.
It's a real test of mettle, and more particularly because when it comes to competing, the high percentage of the game is focused on the mental game. So it goes to suss out who's tough mentally out there to say, okay, I've just got to stay sweet and stay around that pocket area and just wait for it to happen.
Yeah, the mental game's really important. It's important in so many sports. I remember watching the 100 metres final in the World Championships or something, and watching them all line up, I said, he's going to win, because you could tell by the mental attitude, and it's the same here.
Oh, the focus.
The focus, and they're just getting on with the job and not allowing yourself to be distracted.
Yes, absolutely. And the easiest thing in this game is, you throw a shot and you may leave, a back row pin, for example, and you go, oh, I've just got to throw a little bit more ball, and you do so and you get into real trouble,
Yeah, it may be the opposite. It's maybe a little less ball you need to throw.
From my observation, it seems to be the less you do, the better percentages you'll get. Even if it's 9 spares and occasionally you'll get a turkey or a 4-bagger or, a break here and a break there is where the biggest scores are coming from, know.
But par, to make it to the top, you're looking at sort of 210, 220 average here, and that's, as you say, just stay clean and have a couple of doubles and a turkey somewhere along the line.
Correct. It's just having, as you say, the mental game to say, I've just got to stay clean and just repeat the shots. And, like the highest average at the moment is Cameron from the USA with a 222. Well, in previous World Cups, that's been 230, 240, 250. So that's how tough it is out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So where do you go from here then, Janette? What's your next competition?
I'm going to test myself a little bit next year. After coming here for the Seniors Worlds, I decided that it was time that I perhaps started competing a little bit more internationally rather than just staying in Australia and competing against over there. So I'm going to look at playing some tournaments in Asia, which means I have to play against the men, but hey, that's
okay.
good. And also to actually play tournaments in Australia where I'm playing against the young ones.
Where
I'm playing against the
under
open
40s.
bowlers, the under 50s, yes, the young ones. That and that's probably it.
No plans to come to Europe?
Oh, I'd love to be able to afford to come to Europe. In talking with Lena Sulkinen, when we were here recently, she said, there is such a strong senior circuit in Europe. But I'm looking more in Asia where the facility is there where you can do back-to-back tournaments in the space of a week or so. And it's more economical to get to. So I'm hoping to do that. And then living the dream, I'm planning to come here in the US in May next year and participate in the Seniors Queens, which has been on my bucket list for 30 years and never done it. So a couple of the young ones have decided that they're going to do it, particularly because it's in Vegas. So I said, okay, I'll go too, and I'll play the seniors first, and then I can watch you guys bowl in the Open.
Well, you can bowl both. You can bowl the Senior Queens and the Queens. Why not? Well, maybe if you win the Senior Queens, then you'll sign up for the Queens.
Well, I've watched the Seniors Queens, the finals, the step ladder finals, the last couple of years, and that's sort of been a little bit of a motivation. And then coming here again in August and participating in the Worlds and seeing the players and going, well, I've got to do it. I've got to do it once and say, well, if nothing else, I can cross it off my bucket list.
Yes, absolutely. Well, wish you all the best for that, and I really do hope you come to Europe sometime. You'll be welcome at my place anytime.
Oh, I'd love to, Judy, love to, and appreciate the conversation.
Thanks very much, Janette. Janette Baker, 2 times champion in 82 and 83.
Thanks, Judy. Wonderful. Thank you.
Easy peasy Japanesey. Well done, honey. Thank you.
Steve Mack is here as well.
Okay.
You might like to have a word with him.
Yeah, bring him over.
And he can help you
No, I don't.
commentate too.
I don't think so.
Steve Mackey. Wow.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've met him, but I know who he is.
Yeah, well, he might.
Dana Miller Mackey.
Yeah.
Dana Miller.
Yeah. And he helped organise this tournament when it was Australia, and he bowled in Paris in
Back in the
whenever.
back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to bring him over and talk to him for the next game, that's fine.
And he'd love
Thank
to
you.
sit and play commentary with you too, lovey.
Great. Thank you. All right, so it sounds like Judy's going to bring over Steve Mackey in a little bit, so we'll look forward to that. As this game is over and heading into game 7 here momentarily. So stand by and we'll be back with you in a few minutes once we get going with our next game here at the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup.
When we have a date, and we'll let you know. Can you do that? Que es lo mismo que ibas a decir, básicamente.
All right, getting started with game number 7. Only 2 to go before we make our first cut here at the World Cup. And this game we've got Japan, and we've got the Virgin Islands. We've got El Salvador, Macau, Panama, and New Zealand. As Game 7 gets underway here. Give you an update on the standings after 22 games in just a moment. But getting down to the very tense moments of the tournament so far, with just 2 games left to try to make the top 24 to be able to advance in the tournament and bowl tomorrow. Standings are updated here on our in-house feed. Just waiting for the website to get updated, and should be any moment. Scores coming in now. Looks like Cameron Doyle of the United States is still your leader at 48-58, has a 13-pin lead on South Africa. Francois in second at 48-45. Jairus Goh of Singapore at 48-36. Wu Su Hong of Hong Kong is at 48-13. And fifth place is a tie. Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland and Alexei Parshukov of Russia, both at 47.88, which is a 217.64 average. David Maycock of Bermuda is 7th. B-Boy Rivera of the Philippines is 8th. Bjorn Rudshagen of Norway is in 9th place. In 10th place is Ildemaro Ruiz Jr. of Venezuela. Running down the rest of the countries that are currently within the top 24, we've got Japan, Sweden, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Romania, Australia, Indonesia, England, Italy, Slovakia, Thailand, Belarus, Netherlands, and there's a tie for 24th right now. Belgium and Iceland at 203.23. That's 44.71 for 22 games. France is in 26th, just 1 pin back. Mexico drops down to 27th, 5 pins off the number. And then Ukraine is in 28th and sitting 21 pins behind the cut score. So very, very, very close to try to get into the cut here in round 3 of the men's competition at the World Cup. The women are going to be coming up in about 2.5 hours right here on Bold TV. So you'll want to stay tuned for that. About a game and a half to go here in round 3 for the men. Down to crunch time for the players near the cut number. We've got Japan on our featured pairs this game. Bowling pretty well. Spare triple to start. Tomoyuki Sasaki sitting in 11th place. His goal in these last 2 games probably to just try to narrow the gap between himself and 11th place. Best he possibly, I'm sorry, in 8th place, the best he possibly can. And really none of the other bowlers on our featured pairs this game are near the cut number or above it. They're all outside of the number and too far behind. All the pins do carry forward in this tournament, so we bowl 24 games before we make the first cut. The top 24 bowl another 8 games tomorrow to make it a 32-game total. Based on that 32-game total, the top 8 advance to match play on Thursday morning. They bowl 7 games of match play, all pins carrying forward, bonus pins available for each match. And then after 39 games, including bonus pins, the top 3 advance to the finals, semifinal and final. And number 2 bowls number 3, the winner bowls number 1, and each match is best of 3. So we'll get the update on the standings after this game as quick as possible. I know that it's probably the most important update we will be waiting for thus far in the tournament, because going into the last game, very important to know the positioning. I'm not sure who we're going to have on the featured pairs for the final game, but we'll find out soon enough. I hope that you will join us tomorrow for the round of 24 tomorrow morning here in Las Vegas. And then also the round of 8 and the finals on Thursday. And if you go to youtube.com/bowltv, and you'll see our upcoming live streaming events, it should tell you the time that the event is going to start in your local time zone so that you can find out what time to tune in. But I hope you'll join us for the finals, especially on Thursday. It's scheduled to start at 12:30 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas, which that would be, I believe, 9:30 Central European time, 9:30 in the evening, 21:30. So it should be good timing for those of you in Europe to be able to watch the finals on Thursday night. Great game for Macau. Maybe a 247 with the spare as we wrap up game number 7. Once again, the only bowler on our featured pairs this game with an opportunity to advance into the round of 24 would be Sasaki of Japan, who's currently in 11th place. Sasaki can strike out 233. Taking a look at the chat, I see Nick Knock says hello, Lucas from London, UK. Good evening. Thank you for tuning in. It's approaching 12 o'clock here in Las Vegas in the next 40 minutes or so. The women will start at 1:30, which is a little bit more than 2 hours from now, is when the women will be on the lanes for their final round of competition until we make our first cut. Tenth frame for Sasaki, trying to get into 230s in this game. And that one goes high, leaves the 3-6. Johnson from the Virgin Islands can punch out here for 226. As we watch Sasaki fill ball, looking at 213 for a max for Sasaki. Last game coming up momentarily. Just have a couple of more shots to go. Have to wait, of course, for all of the pairs to finish before we start the final game. All right, so stand by for the start of our final game here of round 3 at the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup from Las Vegas. Well, our scoreboards have popped up already, even though we're not quite ready to start. We're going to have Australia, Catalonia, and Gibraltar on 19 and 20. Norway, Germany, and Mongolia on 21 and 22. And we're back now with our final game of round 3 for the men here at the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup. Lucas Wiseman, Full TV, joined now by our special guest for this game, our final game of men's qualifying, Steve Mackey. Hey, Steve, how are you today?
I'm good, Lucas, and boy, what a good field. Tough condition, though. One of the lower scoring events I've seen at the World Cup for the last 10 or 12 years.
Yeah, usually we have some pretty high scores at this tournament, but this year scoring kind of kept in check a little bit as they look a little bit more challenging than they traditionally are. Which is a nice change of pace. It's always good to mix it up a little bit.
Yes, I think the bowlers appreciate it. I don't think they'd like to do it every week, week in, week out, but occasionally a tough condition, making it harder to score and carry the corners is a good thing.
And we were just talking for a moment as we watch Australia, Catalonia, Gibraltar, Mongolia, Germany, and Norway on our featured pairs. Steve, you bowled this tournament back when it was just underway, just beginning in its infancy, right?
I bowled the third one in Paris, bowling to Paris. Finished 8th over there. I was 18 years old. Didn't know what day it was at that time. And then I bowled in Hong Kong in 1971 at a really tough house. I can't remember the name of it, but the racks there were the same racks they used in old England to torture people.
Yeah, this tournament has a great history. It dates back 51 years. And continuing to go strong. And what brings you here? You live in Albuquerque now, and what brings you to the tournament this weekend or this week?
Well, it was close by, and it's just about 500 miles. I had a trip into Phoenix and then over here this morning. Got up really early, and I thought it'd be a great chance to catch up with a few folks, not only from Australia but around the world that I've met over the years. I also have a column in the Rio Rancho Observer newspaper every week, so I've continued to write about the sport of bowling, and they don't mind running things that aren't local news from time to time, and they'll be running a story on this for us.
Excellent. And you are Australian, obviously, based on accent. How long have you been in the United States?
Moved here in January of '91, and George H.W. Bush told Saddam to get out of Kuwait, and that was my first day on the job for AMF. Was that day, and I thought, oh goodness, what am I doing here? But I'm glad I've moved here. It's a lovely place to live. It's the hotbed of bowling. Albuquerque bowling's going quite well too.
Well, I'll say in the last 20 plus years you've managed to keep your accent pretty good, even though living in the States.
Well, I sound like an American when I'm talking to them, but they all tell me I sound really Australian, so I guess I do. I don't listen to myself speak too much.
And Mike Little, he's been bowling pretty well. Mick's pretty high up there in the standings. Got to make you feel good as an Aussie.
Yes, he just had a 237. He had a 5-bag at a finish, and that's probably moved him into the top.
Yeah, we just got the update.
10 or 12.
13th place is where he is at.
209 average now. That's not bad.
Yeah, and we have a new leader for the first time in a while. Francois of South Africa is the leader at 50.87, and pretty nice 34-pin lead over Cameron Doyle of the United States with a game to go here in round 3. Wu Su Hong of Hong Kong at 50.26. Jaris Go of Singapore, he's gone down a bit today, was leading after the first 2 rounds, now in 4th place at 5,006. And Paul Stott Jr. of Ireland at 49.75 rounds out the top 5. And of course the all-important 24th place, because we're making our cut after this game, is a 203.35 average. Patrick Mika of Netherlands at 46.77.
Yeah, 77 over. So a bit of work to do for the folks underneath, but there's a few that are close. Mexico, Belgium, Iceland. Iceland had a couple of good games on the high end a little while ago.
Yeah, so we've got some work to be done here for some of these bowlers in this last game to try to have some extended play tomorrow. Round of 24 tomorrow morning. So we're going to cut from 86 to 24 after the 24th game, which is this game right here. And then after 8 games tomorrow, we'll cut to the top 8 for match play. The The top 8 will bowl 7 games of round-robin match play with 30 bonus pins for victories and 15 for ties. And then the top 3, after 39 games, including bonus pins, will make the TV show here on Bowl TV. So it should prove to be pretty exciting. These last games are always kind of interesting to see the players try to jockey for position and get into the cut.
Well, this looks like a brand new set of pins. They look like they're on the heavy side of average. What are they, 3/8, 3/9?
I don't know, but they look awfully shiny and new, don't they? You can tell from back here that they look pretty nice.
And they look particularly daunting, the corner pins. Whatever pin comes down in the 10-pin spots, been a bit of a pest across the pairs today.
Steve, you guys run a pretty big tournament down there in New Mexico, don't you? Every year, I hear lots of good things about it.
Yes, the New Mexico Opens, and the third weekend of August each year. Jacob Butter won it this year. He won a check for $11,430.
That's pretty awesome for any bowling tournament these days.
Yeah, first question to me was, when is my picture going up on the wall? We have a New Mexico Open Wall of Fame on the Lane 24 side, and he's a nice kid, real nice kid, and did well in the PBA recently too. But this is a heck of a field here. There's a lot of quality bowlers here from around the world.
There are. It's a very strong field this year, and we've got 88 countries represented. The most countries in any bowling tournament there is come to the World Cup, probably because it's a singles competition, and it's got such a long and vibrant history and tradition. This tournament does. A lot of the bowlers have to qualify at their country level to make it here and win and become a champion in their own right. I was talking to Carrie Ryan-Kayak of Canada earlier today. She said that the Canadians have a pretty long process to qualify. They have to qualify in their local bowling center, and then they have to qualify at the provincial level, and then they have to go to nationals and win at nationals to make it.
Right.
And there are some of the national team members who are seeded into the national portion, but it's a pretty long road to make it into this tournament for some of these bowlers.
Yes, I remember in Australia, the South Pacific Classic, which is no more, was the qualifying tournament for the Bowling World Cup, and 1982 or 83, we had 12,000 qualifying entries in centre events.
Wow.
And then there was state finals and then a national. So pretty much the same as the way Canada and other countries run it now, and it's a long road to hoe for some folks.
But it can be pretty rewarding, and it's a very exciting tournament, especially once we get down to the later stages. Just like any tournament, it gets pretty intense and pretty competitive the longer you go in the tournament. This tournament traditionally is a very friendly, fun tournament, laid back, a lot of friendships made, but also a lot of great bowling over the years as well. So we just have about a half a game to go here in our qualifying for the men. The women coming up in a little less than 2 hours.
And that's going to be a close finish too for the top 24.
Yeah, the women were really almost even tighter in the standings than the men were coming into today. As Catalonia has the front 5 for this game.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know where Catalonia is, it is actually kind of a region of Spain that is very independent-minded.
It's up near the French border, I think.
Yeah, it's Barcelona, and it's basically part of Spain. They've been trying to kind of separate themselves for years. Some separatist movements going on there, but they are able to send a representative to compete. And he's got the front 5 right now. Looks like the Aussie, a little struggling a bit this game.
He's got a good game, Michael.
Throws it very well, and I guess his wife is a former champion of this event. Amanda
She won
Bradley.
it here in Samstown in 1999, probably on one of these 2 pairs of planes, I would imagine. I think it was in close to the middle of the house when she won it. I remember coming over to watch that and reporting on it. And she's a good supporter for Michael.
And they've got the little one here with them this week. We had Amanda on yesterday talking a little bit about her experiences in the World Cup. And I'm sure she's thrilled to be able to see the success that Little is having this week. Like we said, currently sitting in 13th place with a 209.91 average for 23 games.
And 150 ahead of the Cup, which is always satisfying news going into the last game.
Yeah, I would expect that Mick is really focused on getting as close to 8th place as possible, because that's our next cut after today, is cutting to the top 8. Try to narrow that gap a little bit. And he'll need some strikes as Catalonia still throwing some wood around out there, front 6.
Yeah, that we were talking about the pins a few minutes ago, £3.9. They look about £3.2 the way he tossed them around.
Yeah, had some interesting carry here this week, and also some tough carry. It's a new surface.
Ireland's doing very well just off camera. He just struck there on the lane, 2 away from Little from Australia. He's still doing well.
Yeah, he's having a great tournament, sitting in 5th place with a game to go here in round 3. Seems like the Aussies have a good fan base here this week for Mike.
I bumped into about 8 or 9 of them. It's amazing. The Australian dollar's tanked as well, so
yes.
They've spent their money to get here.
Yeah, the Australian dollar got pretty strong for a while there, and it's kind of gone the wrong direction, which makes it more expensive, I would guess, to come here to the U.S.
Yes. Well, we're going to run there's a new website in Australia called 10-Pin Memories, and it's from people that bowled in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s down there, and we're going to run a 10-Pins Memories reunion tournament in Sydney during next year. So that'll be kind of fun to get some of the folks out of retirement, and they'll have to dust their bowling balls off and make sure there's no redback spiders in the finger holes, and bring them over.
Sounds like a good time. Always good to get the old friends together for an event. Have a reunion.
Be good to have a bowl TV coverage down there, Lucas. See if you
I've
can
never
swing
been
that.
to Australia.
Oh, you'd love it down there.
I would love to go one day. Now here we go. Here's Catalonia on lane 20 with the front 6. Gets
Make
another
that
one.
7, and he's looking like he should have another couple of hundred sticks up his sleeve. He's got 46.28. Where was he?
47th place.
Well, he's going to jump here.
So he's at 44.78 coming into this game, and about 200 pins back of the cut. So not going to make the cut, but would be nice to end his tournament on a nice high note, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and the first 300.
Yes, we have not had one yet. We've had, front 8, front 9 a couple of times, front 10, but nobody's gotten over the hump, which is kind of rare for this tournament. Usually you'll see a few.
Well, I think the original AMF lanes, synthetic lanes, got put down about 98 or 99 before the previous World Cup that was here. And they've replaced the panels in the back end, the first and fourth panels, and I think that's made the lanes a little tricky. I heard that the lane condition was the same as it was last year when there was super high scores, so that could be the difference.
Yeah, the pattern typically tends to stay pretty similar, but of course each individual bowling center this tournament goes to provides its own challenges that are unique to its area.
This house has a ton of league bowlers as well, so at the end of the tournament, the women's squad tonight, they'll probably have a full house of leagues going on.
Yeah, they've had a full house
a
every night, and they come in and they run their own lane machine with their house shot each night, which can add to a little bit of the house shot memory. Let's see if he gets another one here.
Yeah, he's coming up on lane 19.
Axel Guillemot. Front 7. Doesn't like it. Still strikes.
Should have liked it. That was deep in the hole and never looked like leaving a corner.
No problem. Front 8.
Well, he's pretty loose, so that makes a difference.
See, Steve, you show up and all kinds of good things are happening. We've got splits being made. We've got front 8s. We haven't had this much excitement the whole week.
Well, there you go.
Now, if we could just get Little striking a little bit for you here. Yossi up on lane 20. No doubles this game, only 2 strikes. That one's not going to strike either.
Well, you better tag the guy from Mongolia and see if he can make the split for him.
Yeah, put him in, tag team. And last game, and then the players will have a little bit of a break who advance to the top 24 back on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas. It's a short day tomorrow. Only the 8 games for the round of 24 with 2 on a pair. It's going to go pretty fast. It's going to be over in about 2.5 hours. And then Thursday back with the round of 8 and the finals.
I suppose everyone here's heard about the Holly Holm victory down in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Holly's bowled at our centre in Rio Rancho.
Oh, really?
And she's a left-handed bowler, lovely person, and just a great fight for her the other night. When it went long, I thought that Rousey might be in trouble because Holm is in fantastic shape. She doesn't train far from where I live, and I've seen her in the supermarket a couple of times after she's been at a training session.
I'm guessing
right
she looks pretty
door.
fit, huh?
Oh, she's tremendously fit. She's the fittest sportswoman I've ever seen.
And how's her bowling game?
Oh, not bad. She's a lefty, throws it from the corner, straight. She bowls occasionally.
Just kind of a recreational bowler, doesn't take it too serious?
No, but if she did, she'd be good.
Got that athlete's instinct.
Yeah, she's
in the game
definitely
there.
a big-time athlete. She could play anything, I'm sure.
All right, let's see if Axel can get another one here. Front 8 for Catalonia. It's going to go
Trouble.
high. Oh, that was an awkward shot as the pin went in front of the 6 and the 10, which is a little strange.
Very unusual.
Kind of you could tell off his hand he yanked it, and that's the end of the run, unfortunately. But always nice to have a little bit of excitement.
Well, he looks better than a 194 average,
Sure.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and
Got a
I'm
nice
sure he'll
game.
be happy to end on a high note, even though his tournament's going to come to an end. At least it will come to an end with a pretty nice game here. His high game of the tournament thus far, 266, so good opportunity to top that here in the last game.
Well, Michael Little coming up on 19. He can go off the sheet for 194. That's not bad considering he's gone light a couple of times on 19. Looks like a bit of a hang spot out there on that lane.
Yeah, you have to think he's going to lose a little ground on 8th place, though, this game. He's currently a little more than 100 pins, 106 pins back of 8th, and seems like he might lose a little bit of ground on that this game. It'd be nice if he could strike out and save it for 190. He's averaging almost 210 a game, so it'll hurt him just a little bit, but if he can strike out, it won't hurt too much.
Germany in front of us in some bother. 1 strike so far and a few splits. It looks like they're probably blessed that it's not a 9 or 10 game set here. It looks like they're getting pretty tough.
Yeah, Germany down in Sven is down in 39th place coming into this game, so no chance to advance to the top 24. Of course, Norway in 8th place. Mongolia down in 74th. Gibraltar down in 61st. So
Catalonia a break there, carried the 2-pin forward.
I'm sure he wishes he would have had that break in the 9th to keep the string alive, but he's going to be at 278 if he can strike out. So basically, we've got 2 bowlers on our featured pairs this game who are going to advance to the round of 24, and that's going to be Australia and Norway. And here's the final frame for Michael Little.
Eric Gardner, the coach for Norway, just off screen here. He's bowled in the World Cup, and he's bowled in tournaments in Australia. Oh, that was a bad break, really bad break.
And it looks like another split here for another open potentially for Little. And he's going to end the day on a bit of a sour note. It's going to give him something to think about for the next, 20 hours or so before he gets back on the lanes.
Yeah, not pleasant thoughts either. Catalonia trying to finish it up here. Does so. It'll be in the 270s now, new high game for him.
Yeah, surpasses that 266 previous high. Little finishes up with the Open and gets to 162.
Yeah, really never had anything going there. Opened the first frame a washout, then went light a couple of times, and then 2 splits on the even lane. High and wide. .274. Very nice. Good finish. Just finished under the card, 48 under for the 24 games. Should be pleased with himself there.
Just looking at the chat.
Yeah, any
Apologize
comments?
if the online scoring's not working for you. Let's see if it's working for me. Looks like our tournament leader at the end of this day is going to be South Africa. He can go 277 this game. Went front 7, 7 spare, and still working in the 10th.
And he's right up, down near the wall, 55, 56?
Yeah, he's all the way at the end. Well, it looks like Francois is going to be our leader.
Has he bowled the tournament before?
Yes, he has, yeah. Good bowler, very talented, and certainly making his run today. He must have bowled a pretty big set today for the 8 games to get up into the lead.
Yeah. And not only that, but
yeah, he's been pretty big today.
yeah, big.
Francois, 256, 224, 226, 226, 254, 203, 242, and now a potential 277. So
that'll be the biggest set of the tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty stellar right there as he's made the big move up to the top of the standings heading into the round of 24.
Well, whatever he did yesterday towards the end, he had 180, 190, 180, 190, and then finished 230, 214.
Yep.
But today he's just kicked in and just kept on going.
He had a great start to the tournament, and then yesterday not so good, but today's just been stellar.
Got pretty cold here last night. I'm
It
sure
did.
some of the less experienced bowlers probably wondering why they're dropping the ball. It's pretty cold out there. It snowed in Albuquerque last night, which is the earliest snow we've had since I've lived there. And it was really cold here. What was it, in the 30s?
Yeah, it got pretty chilly and windy too. It was pretty nasty yesterday here. As we watch our final frame of game number 8.
Norway needs to go off the sheet for a small 200. 2 open frames. Flag to spare in the 9th. He's had 3 strikes other than that one in the last 4 shots.
Steve, you guys had some live streaming of your tournament this year, didn't you?
Yes, we did it with Michigan Bowler TV.
And Craig out, right?
Yeah, and did first ball or last ball every day, and they're long days at our tournament, the 15-hour days.
Yeah.
Or 16 hours one day.
Yeah, Craig Elliott does a good job at Michigan Bowler. Nice guy. We worked with him, helped us out with some junior gold coverage this year. Always nice to see more bowling being broadcast online.
It's a wonder you could squeeze into the bowling centre for that junior gold.
Yeah, for sure. We have to get there early.
Yeah.
Have to get there early and rope it off so we have some space. It's pretty crowded in here today, actually. Probably the most crowded it's been. Especially with the women in here getting geared up for their final round coming up in about an hour and a half. Final round before our first cut. And we're going to finish the day with Mongolia, closing it out. Steve, I appreciate you sitting in for us for this last game, keeping me company. And
my pleasure.
Nice to see you out here, and I'm sure that you're enjoying having the opportunity to catch up with some of your old friends who you probably haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of folks here for a long time. Bernard Morar,
Yeah.
This is his 41st tournament covering the event for Bowling Press in France.
But almost all of them.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
Hasn't missed many.
tournaments.
Mort Luby's here.
Yep, saw him. So it's been a great tournament so far, and we still have a lot of action yet to come. So make sure you join us this afternoon in about 90 minutes when the women get on the lanes for their 8 games in round 3. And Steve, any final words before we sign off?
Well, thanks for inviting me into the commentary booth, and look forward to an exciting lot of coverage coming up in the next few days for you. And keep up the good work, Lucas.
Thank you very much, and we'll see everybody back here in about 90 minutes live on Bowl TV with the women's round 3 here at the QubicaAMF Bowling World Cup.